Hello, what's up, you guys? It's Monty. Today we are back again with another live stream because it's been a while since I have done one. And what do you mean? Why am I not live yet? It's o'clock. You acting like I am late. I don't understand the message, Aaron, because I'm definitely not late. It is definitely o'clock. And I said I was going to start at 7 Central. So, like, as soon as StreamYard said let's go, I actually went, which is unusual for me because usually I am a minute or so late. And I will say that my what do you mean finally? We are on time. Were you just sitting around waiting for an hour because you can't convert time? Because we are definitely on time. You heard it here first. Aaron cannot tell first. Okay, I will say that my can we get this off the screen? Hello, welcome. Uh YouTube is okay. Look at that. My We are starting off strong. Hello. My mouse is being weird now. Hate this for me. Before I started, my keyboard decided it didn't want to work, and now my mouse isn't working. Will it work with this one? Okay, we're just gonna have to use the MacBook for everything tonight, except the actual streaming part. But hello, howdy to you. Hi, nice to see everybody. Today we're doing something a little different. Like we might get around to doing sprints eventually, hopefully, fingers crossed. But it had been a minute since I just came to hang out. I have the Kiss Quotient and Dial A for aunties next to me in case um we do get around to sprinting. I figured that at some point we would, but I don't know. It's whatever happens tonight. I just kind of wanted to hang out for a little bit, see where the night went. I have nothing to do tomorrow, but I'm also probably gonna go to sleep. When I scheduled the video, um, I thought I would stay up very late, but this might go longer than my old like Friday night sprints, but I doubt they're gonna go super late. Hello. You know, I wouldn't hold my breath on that one. But you know what they say never. You definitely thought about getting this Kiss Quotient. I've heard good things. I've checked out like 3 million romance novels from my library. If you name it, it's probably chilling on my bookshelf behind me. Will I get to most of them? Probably not, but I have them. I'm hoping, maybe, fingers crossed. I don't know. I didn't want to label the stream reading sprints because lately I have not wanted to do a lot of reading, but I am more than welcome. More than welcome. Is that what I want to say? I am perfectly content with putting a timer on the screen and letting y'all do your reading and facilitating other people's productivity. But actually cracking open a book myself, I don't know. I can't make any promises or guarantees. I want to see what I think too. I got it at Target, so it was a little bit cheaper than getting it at the bookstore, but the receipt was saved nonetheless because if I don't like it, it will be going back. I just don't have time to hold on to things that I don't like. I also don't have the shelf space. That was a thing I learned recently when I actually stopped having my books just willy nilly around my room and put them where they belong. I realized that I have more of them than I thought that I did. And so I have a lot less bookshelf space than I thought that I did. And the sad thing is, like, it's not even so many to where like the extra fill up most of another shelf. It's like two books just sitting on a shelf, and that bothers me more. So I really hate that for me. I might have to go through and do an unhaul situation, But at this point, most of the things that are on there are things that I read and want to keep, and the things that I didn't really like have mostly already been taken off. So I don't know what that means for me, but that's where I'm at. I'm hoping your guys' bookshelves are looking much better, that you aren't having that issue. But if you are, it's nice that we can sympathize. Is this not giving me? Let's, because I haven't gotten a new message in like 3 minutes. And I know that StreamYard has a delay, but that's a very extreme delay, even for StreamYard. So let's 1 second. Let's go to my channel. Let's see if the people. Okay, no, I'm just not facilitating a discussion. So if you guys don't have anything you guys want to talk about, we can definitely do our first sprint at 10. I don't see anything either. Apparently, we are just not very chatty tonight, which is fine. Hi, Tammy. Happy you could come out and make it. If no one's chatting, we can definitely do our first sprint at 10, and we will go for, I think I have the timer set for 25 minutes because I like 25-minute sprints. I know that some people who do like general productivity sprints do 45, and some people who are just doing them on YouTube do like 30-minute sprints. And more power to the people. More power to the people. But the word sprint means short. So I just think that we should remember that, because short. My week was fine. It was a good week. I went back to work this week. It was a fine time. Nothing too outrageous happened to me. Not maybe. I mean, I didn't say that I was going to pick up a book. I mean, I do have them, and like I said, I will happily stream a little bit longer tonight and not just do my usual 4 sprints. But I still just do not feel like reading anything. That little those back-to-back projects that I tried to do, the Lee Bardugo and then the Sapphic project, I'm really just over looking at books for the month of August. That's kind of where I'm at personally. I honestly like 20-minute sprints, but 25 minutes is like fine. Like it's whatever. 45, like I can read for 45 minutes no problem, and I can get a lot of pages knocked out. But I don't, to me, like the point of it is to like, I don't know. I think that if it takes you 25 minutes to like really get into the reading zone, that's weird. I don't understand you. Like, I don't get it. But 45 for like general things, like if you're doing like cleaning or whatever, like there are instances where it makes sense, but I'm not going to sit in one spot and read for 45 minutes multiple times. That seems a little silly. I also think that at that point, you're not really utilizing like small breaks, because if you have 45 minutes to sit down and read, then I don't need the sprint. Like, I don't need you. Maybe that's just me. I don't know. More power to the people. Uh-huh. The books haven't been I mean, I've read some really decent books, but I just don't want to look at one right now because I'm just not invested. So I probably won't read for this first sprint that we're about to do. I'm probably going to watch Top Chef again, but maybe by the second sprint, I'll come back and I'll see all of you guys being productive, and I'll want to take part in that. Finally catching me live again. Happy to see you. Since your last live, you've DNF'd the Gilded Ones. You think you're going to try and finish Cersei tonight? I believe in you. I think you can do it. We're doing the first sprint in like 15 seconds. So you don't have your book next to you. Now is the time. Your life is also not slapping. I mean, you got to take that up with the universe. You got to 1-800 universe that one. but it is 10. We're going to do our first 25-minute sprint, and then we'll come back together, check in, see how everybody did. Okay, readers, that was 25 minutes. Welcome back. Let me know how you did. I didn't read. Like I said, I finished the episode of Top Chef that I was watching. So I will read during the next sprint that we will start at, let's do 45. So in 9 minutes, we will do another sprint. Unless that is too close together for the people. I am real flexible tonight. So if 45 is too close, y'all can let me know while I wait for people to come back and let me know how they did. My episode of Top Chef was fun. It was fine. You know, it was from season 9, so years ago, a solid decade in the past. But I had a good time. It was fun. I'm enjoying it. But like I said, I'm probably going to pick up the Kiss Quotient next for the next sprint. I don't know. Maybe I won't. Maybe I'll listen to an audiobook or do something else. I haven't entirely decided. Okay, so you got a chapter in. You finish dinner and you write 13 pages. Hello. My favorite, I still like a solid contemporary. That's what I like. I like a nice messy contemporary. Lots of interpersonal drama, miscommunication abounding, that kind of a vibe. What was for dinner? You can let me know what you had for dinner. Today I had to go grocery shopping because it's Friday and I'm trying to get back into only going grocery shopping on Friday because there was definitely a time where I was going like every day to the store and that's just too much. So I had a lovely vegan chicken sandwich for dinner with some tastes mighty delicious. 45 is good. Okay. You finished listening to Beautiful Chaos and you started Beautiful Redemption. I love this for you. I read the first book, I read Beautiful Creatures, and I think I want to say I gave it 3 stars. Maybe. I don't remember. I always be saying that I gave a book X amount of stars when I read it like 10 years ago. And then I'd be scrolling on Goodreads and it come up and it's like I gave it no stars. But I had a good time like reading it. It was fun. Um I never watched the movie, but it did look like a fun time only because Alden Ehrenreich is in it. And there was a brief moment in time where I was obsessed with the man. So love that for me. You read a few pages and you're reading passing and you're on the introduction. Sounds good. I haven't read it, so you'll have to let us know after the next sprint how much you're enjoying it. You made a lentil stew. See, where I am, it's definitely still hot, like way too hot to eat stew, but that does sound like something I would eat. You didn't read and you finished the video that you were watching. Well, what video were you watching? Share with us. You're in a long time reading slump and you're here to watch between the sprints. You're watching an Animal Crossing villager hunt during the sprints. That sounds like an excellent use of your time. If after this second sprint I'm still not feeling I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I think I'm gonna try and read during the next sprint at 45, so 5 minute warning. But I don't like to use the term reading slump, but I definitely know that I was reading very aggressively. Um and so I'm trying to ease back into it. That's actually what I think I'm gonna do during the next sprint is listen to Firekeeper's Daughter because I definitely have to read that this month because it is the Choices Book Club pick for the month of August, which I'll have to schedule that live stream soon. But I need to finish that. I did get the audio. I have the audio and I started it the other day. I've listened to a couple hours, so I'm probably going to continue that actually. That's what I need to do. So let me download that on my iPad so I can listen to that during the next sprint. That's what I'm going to do. It's okay so far. I haven't gotten too far into it though, so I won't make any immediate like declarations about how I feel about it. You read a couple of chapters of To Sleep in a Sea of Stars. That was was it my favorite book of last year? My like favorite book is always like There's always like 3 up there, but I definitely loved that. Definitely enjoyed it. So hopefully you're also enjoying it. And if you're not enjoying it, don't tell me. Your comfort watch of Lala's Goodreads horror. Like I said, I think I'm going to listen to Firekeeper's Daughter. Maybe. Only because I know that I have to read this one. So I'm going to try and do that. Because everything else I really don't want to read. So hate that for me. Because I hate it for me. But the month is almost over. So hopefully September will be better. Hopefully. Fingers crossed. But I can't really be too mad because August, I think, is still my best reading month. Let me open up my reading spreadsheet while we wait for the sprint to start in 4 minutes. You think that I would have this pinned, but where is it? 2021 reading spreadsheet. I'm pretty sure August is my best reading month, but we can get a quick look at my summary page. Yeah, no, I've only read 14 books this month. I say only, that's a lot of fucking books. But I've only read 14. And in July, I read 15 books. But by page count, August is my best because I've read 4,119 pages this month. And last month, I only read 3,240. So I've almost read a full 1,000 pages over last month. And 21% of all the pages I've read this year have happened this month. So I'm feeling like I'm not reading anything because I've taken some time off, but I've read a lot of things in August. So I don't need to feel guilty. But back to this chat so I can actually interact with people. I'm sure you do have the audio from Libro because it was an advanced listener copy pick months and months ago. So I'm sure a lot of people in the program have it. There's only 23 people here, but if you are here and you have like 1,000 subscribers or followers on just about any platform, you can be an advanced listener copy reviewer for Libro FM. They've never asked me to provide proof that I review these things, and they never ask me to like submit anything. And it's been like a year, and I've listened to only like a handful of things that I've gotten from them. But if you have it, you have 1,000 on some platform. It's pretty much like an automatic acceptance. I don't know what their actual process is, but that is a way to get some audiobooks. They're not always the best audiobooks, and sometimes there are things that I've like would never consider even listening to, but you do support independent bookstores when you get the copy, so like they still get part. I don't understand how it's successful for them, but I'm doing my part, allegedly. You're watching TV, so maybe you'll do that, maybe you'll sprint. I mean, I definitely was watching Top Chef during the last sprint, so continue to watch TV if you want. Yeah, the Google emojis aren't the best. Google really fucks them up. You can't decide if you want to start Kingdom of Back or Your Lovely Wife. I know it says My Lovely Wife, but that felt weird. You'll read at least one more book. Maybe. We'll see. I've reviewed a couple of them. Like, I know that I've read like Falling was from Libro, and I listened to Sleep in a Sea of Stars because I didn't get an arc of that. I got it from Libro. So like I've done a couple of things for like I've utilized it, but I think I have like 70 audiobooks from Libro since I joined the program, and I've done like a couple of reviews. So they've never asked me to submit anything. Like yeah, The Maidens. Like there are things that I've listened to, but it's not like NetGalley where you can like go and like put feedback. It's just like they take your word that you're going to listen. I don't know. Yeah, the more you know, just in case, people are out there. Um you just heard, so you're not too far in, but you're enjoying it so far, and you've heard so many good things. I am hopeful too, because I don't know. There's some people who I definitely know don't like it, and I hate that for them, but that is the truth. But it is also 45. So I need to stop talking and bring the timer back, and I will check in after the sprint. Okay, readers, that was another 25 minutes. This time I did read. I listened to maybe like 5%. I don't know what percentage I was at before I started this sprint, honestly, but I'm now at 11% of Firekeeper's Daughter. And I'm going to be very frank, very honest. Don't think this is a 5-star read. I haven't finished it, obviously. Like I said, I've only read 11%. I don't know how long this is physically, so let me open up Goodreads, which we can find out together. But one thing I did not know about this, am I not signed in? Let me go to Firefox. Where's Firefox? I'm not signing in. One thing I didn't realize about this book before I started it is that it's set in like the early 2000s, which is like fine. It's fine. It really is. It's just so much of a throwback that it's taking me, like, sometimes like things happen in the story and I'm like, what do you mean? What do you mean? Like, and then I have to remember, oh, it's 2009. That actually does make sense. Like, when they're talking about getting charged like per text message, that's such a throwback. Such a throwback. Because like, who's getting charged per text message? But back in 2008, I definitely got charged for individual text messages. Like, it was like 50 cents a text message or something. It was craziness. So it's in the early 2000s, which is wild to me. But also, we are taking entirely too long to get to the FBI involved portion of this whole little story that I'm supposed to be reading about, to get to the messiness that I want, which is fine. But this book, like I said, is, I think I said, maybe I didn't say, but it's 492 pages, 496 pages, almost 500 pages. I mean, I guess 11% of that isn't too much. Like, what is that? 40 pages times what? Times like 0.11. I think that's what's gonna like work out to after I do this math. Is it really? Times 0.11. Yeah, like at 50 pages, like we don't have to. But I want something, and I feel like I'm not getting it. I don't care about this like random. I do like the hockey aspect of things. Like, that's, I always like to see hockey in books, even though I've never played hockey a day in my life. I think it's an interesting sport at the very least. But as much as the hockey stuff is like coming into play, I'm here for murder, mayhem, investigations. I don't care about your sickly grandma. It's just a very slow start to a book. And I understand why Angeline Woolley had difficult, like, I actually don't know if she had difficulty selling this book. I honestly have no idea. I know that she's an older debut author. I think she's like in her 50s, but this book is like, it has such a very slow start. Such a very slow start. So I've heard nothing but good things. It has an average rating of, what is this, 4.42 on Goodreads, which is excellent. All the people I am friends with have given it 4 or 5 stars. There isn't a bad rating to be found. Oh, this person DNF'd it. So one person I've DNF'd it, but everyone else is like 4 or 5 stars. For what? I don't know. Maybe I'll figure it out. But hello, welcome. And you still managed to read 8 pages, so that's pretty impressive. Firekeeper Daughter was good, but not a time favorite. This is definitely not going to be as of where we are right now at 54 pages, I would be shocked. I tell you, shocked if this was a new favorite. You read the entire book. Yeah, it's definitely set in the early 2000s. Unpopular opinion, unpopular reading take. Yeah, that's very unpopular because I hard disagree. Hard disagree. Every time the book is like under 300 pages, which I've read recently, I've read some that are like 292 pages, 200 and like some odd pages. They're never long enough. particularly with, I think my issue is that contemporary, like people often think that a contemporary story can be 300 pages and like you'll be fine, but often there are at least like two, or like there's obviously like the one major plot line, but if it's a good contemporary, there'll be two if not three subplots that are also happening, and oftentimes those subplots falter and they are like there's not enough like space for them to breathe because the book is 300 pages. So I think people get really upset when a contemporary is over 400 pages, and when it gets close to 500 pages, people are like, "What are you doing?" But it's like just because we're not in a fantasy world doesn't mean that we don't need 500 pages. Because oftentimes I find that fantasy is overwritten and could like benefit from editing, but I think that unless, I mean, obviously, like young adult fantasy, like that first book is always like super short because publishing houses are like, you're a new book, so we have to like make you as tiny as possible. But you'll notice that like three times out of like four, the second book is double the length because they need all this space, and you need all this space in a contemporary story. You just do. And oftentimes contemporaries are standalones. So you want to get all of this like complex character developments and arcs and emotional connections in 200 pages. It's not going to happen. It's just not going to happen. And publishing is oftentimes like, well, I don't care if it's going to happen. And it's very sad for me personally. You finished Gods and Monsters, Serpent and Dove 3, and it was so bad. So many French syntax and grammar mistakes, and the plot had no stakes. I'm sorry for you. I've never read that book series, and at this point, I don't have any plans to. Ace of Spades may change your mind because you're loving it and it's 400 pages. Ace of Spades is so good. I often think that I made a mistake in reading that book last year because I talked about it and I couldn't really say too much about it other than to go pre-order it because I didn't want to ruin it for anybody. And everybody and their mother is reading it this year. And I'm like, well, I'm not going to reread it, but I did love it. It's on that, it's on my 2020 best of the year best books list. Maybe that's why that video is blowing up recently. But that book is really good. Definitely recommend Ace of Spades to people who haven't read it. I almost thought about picking it for the Choices Book Club next year, but at that point, I feel like everybody who wanted to read it will have read it. And if you didn't read it already, then there's just no convincing you. You have to really hype yourself up to read anything more than 500 pages, but usually I'm getting more attached to the characters in longer books. I think that, I mean, often, like, you can have a long book and still be bad. I have definitely trashed many a book that's over 500 pages. Bobby Boys, that book did not need to be 500 pages. His second book did not need to be like 600 pages. You can definitely write a bad book in 500 pages, but I am more excited and more intrigued when I see a big book than I am when I see a thin book, because oftentimes the thin book, like, it can still be excellent. They can still be excellent. There are definitely skinny books on my favorite shelf, but yeah, you have to really convince me. I think Bethany Seymour's books are under 300 pages, I want to say, and they're on my favorite shelf. So it can be done. You can do it. It just takes a lot more skill. As much as you love fantasy, there's no need to have that much series. Yeah, I don't understand why every fantasy book is a series. That's the part that I like. And obviously there are fantasy standalones. I don't want to like come for the fantasy standalones, but there are so many series. And I think it's nice that you built a world and all these rules. So obviously you're going to want to play in it. But I just wish that there was more parity in that, like, we could just continue to spend time with contemporaries in fan, like in have a series of there. And I understand like most contemporary series are like IP books that like are low key probably ghost written. They're your Pretty Little Liars, your Gossip Girls. Like, they're not going to be the best written. But when you get a good contemporary series, contemporary trilogies put fantasy trilogies to shame 9 times out of 10. A contemporary trilogy will put a dystopian sci-fi trilogy to shame 8 times out of 10. Like, there's just something that slaps in a contemporary trilogy that you just don't get when you have these stupid little fantasy magical wagicals happening in the background. Just unnecessary. Where was I? 450, but some book. I mean, yeah, books can definitely be too long, but I would never be like, every book doesn't need to be under 300 pages, or most books need to be 300 or less. I don't know if I can make that argument. So, Bree, more power to you. You are more controversial than me, and that doesn't usually happen. Your favorite authors can write however long a book they want and you'll read it. I like to think that, but I also don't think I need to worry about this because Mary writes the like they're right there in the sweet spot, like the 450 range. So I'm not too worried. Not too worried, but I also have that same sentiment. You can't wait to read Ace of Spades. I mean, I think it's excellent. I haven't heard anything negative either. I'm almost too nervous to go and look for it because I know that there are definitely 1-star reviews of Ace of Spades. That could be an interesting video because I haven't been doing a lot of reading. I might do a reacting to 1-star reads, like 1-star reviews of like the best books of 2020 so far, 2021 so far. I don't know. It could be a thing that happens. Watch this space. It is amazing. Should have been half of the second book. You don't care about series anymore unless it's a series of novellas. You will not catch. I have yet to find a novella that is worth the time and attention. Now, I'm going to not write off. I'm not going to write off the medium entirely because Fonda Lee will be releasing a Greenbone Saga novella in 2022. So obviously, I will pick it up. I will read it. I will see what the fuss is about. But in general, novellas are either fine or very clearly a rough idea. And I would rather you give me a book that is overwritten and pretentious than give me a half-baked idea. Because often, at least the novellas that I see on BookTube are not like digital only things. I think that that one, I want to say like Empress of Salt and Fortunes. I can't remember the author of that one. I think like those might have been like digital only at first. And then they got like paperback editions or hardback editions. I don't know. I didn't read them. But I want to like those were reasonably priced at first. But the idea of paying the same price for a novella as a full length 800 page tome of a brick of a book, like that's highway robbery to me. Like, I'm sorry. It just is. It just is. It just is. There's no reason. No reason for it. No reason for it. Those things should definitely not be priced the same. I don't even think it should cost me the same as like a YA hardcover. A novella should not be $18. That to me is still highway robbery. So I have like I'm not gonna comment on like actual novellas, but I personally, in my experience, have yet to read one that wasn't just like a rough idea. And then oftentimes there'll be novellas or a little short story that just becomes a full-length book. Like the City We Became was a short story / novella and then became a whole full-length novel. And at that point, I'd rather you not make me read the pitch. I don't want to read the pitch. I just want to read the book. So I'm happy people love novellas, but to me, for the payoff that I get for the price that they are, I just pass every single time. I don't care how well reviewed, how well loved they are. To me, I can't justify the price tag. It's just the math is not mathing, the logic isn't logicking, it's not adding up. Let's see here. You're saving Ace of Spades for the fall because there's so much on your TBR already. That makes sense. I read it in November, so it has like fall vibes. It's like a back to school book, so the vibes are there. The vibes are there. You like Sarah J. Maas, but I don't think her books need to be as long as they are. Look, you will not catch me. I mean, if you had told me in the recent past, like not even like if you had told me in March of 2020 when I put out my Crescent City review, just not really caring about the book, that in November of that same year, you would have me reading the Throne of Glass series, I would have called you a liar. Would have said it would not happen. But I don't think that the only bad Throne of Glass book, in my opinion, in my opinion, is Airfire. That book is torture to get through. Just absolute torture. I don't know if you could pay me to reread that book, but that's the only bad one. Only bad one. I think that the ones that don't need to be as long as they are low-key the ACOTAR books. Like Mist and Fury, we could have done some editing. Wings and Ruin, we could have done some editing. We could have done some editing. But the Throne of Glass, aside, and we can't even get rid of Airfire. Like, that's the sad thing. Like, Airfire is so painful to get through, but in terms of like the arc of the story, it is essential. So like, I hate it. Like, I hate it so much, but it's the only bad one in my opinion. 3, I'm still not going to. I am happy that this is your truth, and I'm happy that there is somebody out there who has a controversial opinion that is more controversial than me, because that never happens. But that also is not my ideal page length. To me, a good contemporary is a nice meaty 400, 450. If you gave me a 500 page contemporary, I would eat it up. I just read the second one, Fire with Fire by Jenny Han and Siobhan Vivian, and they gave me 500 pages of just teenage angst and messy interpersonal conflict, and you got to see actual arcs. Like, you got to actually see the arc because there was time for it to happen. You're not going to see me doing that in 350 pages. It's just not going to happen, especially with some of these authors that are coming out today, especially with how varied. I mean, maybe in like adult you could do that. I don't read a whole lot of adult stuff, so that's fine. But especially with YA, I think because they have YA definitely leans into the melodrama. You like the way that these authors are forced to do melodrama. It's never like I just read Rise to the Sun by Leah Johnson. Leah Johnson introduced like 4 different melodramatic plot lines in a 300-page book that just there was nowhere for them to go. Partially because it was 300 pages, and partially because her story was set over 3 days. Because that was a stupid idea. Like, I understand why she did it from like a character point of view, but if it had been a week-long music festival instead of a weekend music festival, we could have done some of the same things, and it would have allowed the story to breathe. We could have been a little bit longer, and we could have had more like the beats that she already had. So like the shooting at the festival and the trepidation that Olivia was feeling in relation to the school meeting that she had to attend based on trauma that had happened before, the revelation with Amani and Peter, like everything that happened in the book could have played out better had the book just been longer. So for me, again, like I'm happy that there's someone out there more controversial than me. I'm happy that that is your truth, but I think that YA specifically should be just a little bit longer, oftentimes the contemporaries. 300 to 450 is perfect for a fantasy. I would closer to 450, sure. I mean, again, there are 300-page fantasy books that I really love, like A Chorus Rises and A Song Below Water are both closer to that 300-page mark, and I think that Bethany C. Morrow used all of those pages really beautifully. But for me, again, longer is always a little bit better. I haven't read their novellas, but that name sounds familiar. There we go. Don't know those other authors or that other author, but I do think I've heard of Finna. So maybe that's a lie. Finna, is that like a blue cover? I think that's like a blue cover, right? Maybe. Fingers crossed. Speaking of fondly, you're also reading Jade War, and you gave Jade City 3 to 3.5 stars. You really enjoyed it. I also gave Jade City 3 stars when I read it. I enjoyed the start of the series, but there was definitely some stuff that I didn't fuck with. And I gave Jade War 4 stars, and Jade Legacy coming out this November. It's like one of those weird, I think it's like November 30th. And maybe December 2nd in the UK. I think that's what that was. Let me tell you, Y'all ain't ready for Jade Legacy. Miss Fonda did what she needed to do. She did what she needed to do. She delivered one of the best series conclusions I have ever read. And I love that for the people. I'm so excited for everyone to read it. Empress Assault on the Fortune is $12 on Amazon, which isn't top. No, it's not bad. It's more than I would pay for a novella, but it's not bad. Romance books had no business being 400 pages for you. I feel like this is a very common feeling. But I want to say that I read The Jock by Tal Bauer, and I'm pretty sure that was over 400 pages. I'm pretty sure. And when I tell you that The Jock was one of the best romances that I've ever... I mean, I'm also not a romance reader. I'm going to be very upfront, clear about that. I have attempted to get into the genre a couple of times, and I don't hate it. I've definitely read romances that I enjoy more than others. But we're back on Goodreads. Let's do some scrolling. Here it is. Okay, it was just at 400 pages. But that was really great. I really enjoyed it. I'm pretty sure that Red, White, and Royal Blue was also over 400 pages, and I really enjoyed it. I don't have the final page count on One Last Stop. I didn't enjoy that one. So... okay, it is a blue cover. If a romance is longer than 400 pages, you have to be convinced heavily before you even look at it. Like The Spanish Love Deception. I'll read it because everyone's raving. Again, like, to me, I definitely understand why. I think that there's definitely a presumption that romance is supposed to be short because so much of it is published like mass market and mass market books. I mean, unless it's like the fantasy, although people who read mass market fantasy are just dedicated or on a budget, because y'all, I don't know how I read that first Game of Thrones book in the mass market. That takes a level of dedication that I no longer have. So I understand like why you would want romance to be short, and I understand like why people don't read super long romance. But again, to me, I just really, if I am really enjoying a character, then I want to be with that character for as long as possible. And I also think that maybe it's just because in my experience, like the shorter romance that I've read just didn't work for me, because so much of romance is like the underpinnings are a little bit more apparent. Like, I know that there's going to be a breakup in the third act. So like when they start fighting on page 270, I know at page 310 they're going to like break up, and then at page 340 they're going to get back together. And that's just like, I don't know if I want that. I like the page 400 because then where exactly in there that stuff is going to happen feels a little bit less apparent. But again, I feel like most people don't want romance over 400 pages, and unless it's indie published, I don't think most traditional published romance goes over 400, because I don't even think publishers really want to publish romance that's over 400 pages. But indie authors know their audience, and they're like, my audience will read this, or they just don't care and they say, we're going to try it. But this is also very true. It is hard to write it. I think there's a sweet spot in the length that depends on the pacing. Exactly. Like for me, I would never, until I'm reading that specific book, I'll never say, oh, the book is too long. Because I think like I could pick up The Kiss Quotient, which isn't that long. I think it's like 3 something. Let's see. Yeah, so this book is 316 pages. And from the outset, it doesn't look like it's going to be overly long, but I could start reading it and be like, yeah, this is too long. Or like Firekeeper's Daughter. I've read 50 pages or so, and this book is too long. It's too long. It's taking entirely too long to get to the setup. And while I kind of care about our main character, like as a character, I'm also like, I cared about her a good 3 I cared about her before I got to the part where I'm already at. Like whatever I've listened to during the sprints is superfluous to get me to care about this character. But I think we're finally just now starting to get into what's happening. So I'm going to accept this slow start because overall it's not too bad. But we've been talking for a long time. So I'm going to say we'll do the next sprint at 45 again. So this is the 9-minute warning in case you are just coming into the stream or whatever is happening with you. But yeah, 9-minute warning. You don't mind a longer book if the pacing is efficient, though, but I tend to prefer under 400 pages. I think that makes, like, and a lot of people feel this way. I know a lot of people feel this way. I know that a lot of booktubers feel this way. I think that's why, like, every readathon or several readathons, like, have prompts about, like, books you're intimidated by, or to read a book you've been putting off, or a book that is, like, over X amount of pages. Because at least for me, as someone who creates content around most of the things that I read, very few things I read and don't talk about somewhere, whether it's a wrap up, a recent reads, a standalone video review, a vlog, maybe all of the above sometimes. Like, reading shorter works means that I can potentially talk about more things, because in the time that it takes me to read a couple of books that are 200 pages, I could read like 2 of those, and then, or I could read the one that's 400 pages. I try not to, like, there was definitely a couple of months there where I was heavily in there, definitely in the mindset, and I just have, like, worked really hard to not fall back into that, because I would much rather be open to reading the thing that's 400 pages because it sounds like it's going to be more up my alley, than to just immediately look at it and go like, maybe not today because it's 400 pages and these other 2 books I can get through faster. So I'd much rather judge the pacing of the book based on the way that the author actually wrote it, and not on the publisher being like, you get 400 pages. I didn't expect to talk about this tonight, but I'm here for it as well. I wanted to chat with the audience because I've been really bad about responding to comments. And so this we get like a real-time interaction, or there's like a little bit of a delay, but real-time enough. Your main issue with some longer books is that you feel the authors waste words, and by the time it gets to page 365 and everything is still a mess, subplots aren't developed enough, you're over it. See, my thing is, I would much rather be on page 365 and not have the subplot be developed, because 9 times, do I want to say 9 times out of 10, or just like, do I want to say every time? 2 books, in theory, could have let's say there's a cheating subplot, and the 200-page book could hit all the beats. They'll hit them faster, but not be as developed than a 400-page book that hits the same beat slower, but also isn't developed. So I think that in theory, the longer book should develop them more. That clearly doesn't always happen, because there are still horrible books that are 400. We just talked about Mr. Bobby Boy. Mr. Bobby Boy, I guess he plays the long game. I don't know. I think that if you're going to have a 12-book series, at some point in the 12 books, like before book 12, you kind of have to give some kind of satisfaction to the reader, and he just refused to do that. So hated him for that one. But again, for me personally, 9 times out of 10, the longer book is going to do things that I want to see done happen. But at least make the attempt, and the attempt will usually feel better because the storyline will have had time to breathe. Unlike, to use again Rise of the Sun as an example, there were so many melodramatic plot points that happened within like 10 pages of one another that it just felt like too much. It was too much. I think that's also why so many young adult thrillers just don't work because they try to pack in 12 different plot twists within 5 pages of the end of the book, and it's like you can't have that much whiplash. Like, you are literally going to die from the amount of times that your head swivels back and forth with these YA authors trying to be very clever and then undo the clever and then like one up themselves within 10 pages of the end of their book. So I hate to see it. I think the only books, where did it go? I'd rather have be shorter are thrillers because I want to be fast paced and be able to suspend through most of the book, if that makes sense. That does make sense. I will say that I think I was talking to Aaron, I think it was Aaron about this the other day, that I think BookTube has like a real, or maybe it's just like general BookTube, because I do know that there are specific channels who only read mystery thrillers, and I'm hoping that they do a better job of distinguishing between the two books, because I think that there are definitely books on BookTube. They get hyped as thrillers, they get marketed as thrillers. They're just not thrillers. Like The Silent Patient and The Maidens are both just straight mysteries. They are not thrillers. I think a thriller to me definitely is supposed to ratchet up the tension. And it's not just like, oh, another event happens or like there's another dead body. There should be actual moments, like actual events in the story where it feels like stakes are raising, and another person being murdered does not raise the stakes. It just means that another person is dead. Like that's usually all that means. And so I think that a lot of the books that get touted on BookTube are not really thrillers. They are just mysteries. Like it's all they are. I think that Karen and McManus doesn't really write thrillers, at least the 3 that I read. So One of Us is Lying, One of Us is Next, and Two Can Keep a Secret. They're all not really thrillers. They're all just pretty straight mysteries that are all very poorly written. Alex Michaelides, again, very poorly written mysteries. That's all they are. Falling by TJ Newman, I would consider more of a thriller because the stakes are definitely raised. There are definitely events in the story. It is also just like, it's not thrill, like that is actually thrilling. And it's not a mystery because we know who's doing it. So that's actually a thriller. But so much of, and I understand the like bookstores and places where you buy books group those things together, like they group science fiction and fantasy together. But I do think that the line between science fiction and fantasy is often a lot clearer, and people on BookTube market them as separate entities, whereas it's always mystery thriller. And if it's not mystery thriller, it's just thriller. And I think that y'all need to really take a step back. We need to take a step back and see, are the events of the story, like, are the stakes actually being raised? Is there a ratcheting of the tension through the novel? Or is it just, I'm trying to figure out who did it? If it's a who done it, it's a mystery. If you're trying to figure out a perpetrator, that's all, it's just a mystery. Now, of course, you can have both, but oftentimes I think that it's one or the other. And when it's one or the other, it's usually a mystery. Fireskeeper Daughter is another book in that vein. It's a mystery, not a thriller. Okay, that's good to know. Exactly. They're not thrilling. They're not. I love that for you. You're just in time. We're going to do our next sprint in like 30 seconds. So I still have Fireskeeper's Daughter queued up. I hope you guys have your books ready to go. We're going to do another sprint. It'll be 25 minutes, just like the last times have been. So I'm going to mute myself. We're going to read. Y'all know the drill by this point. Okay, so that was 25 minutes. How did everybody do? I am now at 17%. I have just under 6 hours left in Firekeeper's Daughter by Angeline Booley. And I still just don't care. Where we ended off, things got a little more exciting. I'm pretty sure Homegirl just got shot, so hate that for her. You hate to see it, but I'm pretty sure that's just what happened. And maybe things are gonna pick up. I'm hoping, praying, because I just I'm gonna need it to do something, because I think that what I'm not liking is the same thing that didn't like about One Last Stop, where there McQuiston decided that all of these unimportant details were going to be protracted and just like given to us. But then when it came down to like moments that were actually going to be beneficial to the overall plot of the story or like move things forward, he's kind of glossed over. And we got so much of that just now where it felt like very unimportant. It felt a little self-indulgent. Like the scene had been set. I was understanding everything, and yet we were still there, still doing what we'd been doing for 16%. And then now we're finally getting somewhere that's going to like I think actually push the story forward. So I'm hoping, fingers crossed, that's what happens. um if not, then I guess we'll have something to talk about during the live show, because that'll that's all I got going for me at this moment, is the hope and the prayer that I'll be able to discuss something, anything about this book during the live show. What? Oh, okay. Never mind. I That's what I get for let's check in over here. Just popping in and say hello, welcome. How was work? If you're still here. You got 100 pages left of Cersei. I think you can do it. You got 18%. 18. Okay. Hate that for me. You got 8% into Beautiful Redemption. You're on page 25 of your book, and it's definitely interesting. I'm hoping that it gets better. I've heard nothing but decent things, but maybe they were lying to me. Would not be the first time. Would not be the first time that the booktube community has lied to me. I don't think I could have a successful channel if the booktube community hadn't lied to me based on what videos of mine perform the best. Where was I? Here we are. I've been live for 2 hours and 13 minutes. So make sure that you are subscribed to the channel, hit the bell notification, but you also have to make sure that on all of your devices, if you click the bell, you then on your device have to allow notifications from YouTube. So if on your iPhone or on your Android device, if you don't allow notifications from YouTube, it will not matter if you rung the bell. You won't see it. So make sure you click the bell, make sure that you have notifications enabled, and then you will have done all you can do. You can also follow me on Twitter, because I did announce earlier today that I would be going live later on tonight at 7 Central. So you could set a reminder. Most of my streams happen rather last minute, and they usually get announced on Twitter, because you will, in theory, you have a better chance of seeing the tweet than you do the notification from YouTube. You read 40 pages, you're still on the edge of your seat. Who the fuck is Aces? Look, it's just, that's such a good book. I'm not gonna ruin it for you, but that was such a good book. Very good. That's why I very much highly considered making it a book club pick for 2022. I guess we can talk about that for a little bit. I have been slowly acquiring and looking into what I want to read with the choices people in 2022, make it a little bit more organized, have a better idea of what we're going to be reading so I can announce it hopefully maybe in December. So that could be nice. Oh, I would never ruin that one. If it was a book that was horrible, like if you were reading now this is an attack. What did I do? I have been minding my business. You know what I actually hate is that because of the Amazon tiny little show they're making, all of his books are like front and center in every bookstore I go. Not front and center, but in the little fantasy section at my local Books Million and even the Barnes and Noble. His books are back out and about. And they even have like hardcover editions of his book. At first, it was just like The Eye of the World, and it was like the 20th anniversary edition. But now they're out here reprinting those ugly ass old covers on the hardback, like the dragon. No, whatever the third one is. I think the second one is the dragon. No, the second one is the Great Hunt. So the third one is the Dragon Reborn. The Dragon Reborn is just sitting at Books Million in a hardcover. And I'm just like, what alternate dimension am I in where somebody in 2021 is going to buy the Dragon Reborn in hardcover? I mean, not that I can really judge, because I definitely did just purchase the LitJoy crate editions of City of the Immortal Instruments. So far be it from me to judge somebody's reckless purchase. But the Dragon Reborn, please. Hello, Camille. Hopefully you're having a nice evening. Hoping you are also doing well. So yeah, that's the thing. But going back to the choices, I have been looking, trying to figure out what we're going to read next year. Maybe that's what I'll spend the rest of this weekend doing. Because I have a couple of books. I have a handful of books, but I definitely need to plan out more months than I have already established. But I'm looking forward to it, just like I'm looking forward to ending the year with the choices. I know we have some of my rereads of like favorites coming up. We have Anna Kay, we have Yoke. So those are going to be bangers. And then we also have We Are Totally Normal. And what is the other book we're reading? Marvelous. The Marvelous, something like that. We are going to be reading. Yeah, these are, in theory, these are going to be like late night sprints, and I was gonna like sprint into the night, but not sure how late I'm going to be going, but I'm not ready to sign off just yet. So I'll probably go until like 11ish, maybe, and that'll be as sleepovery as I get. That's gonna be as late as I get. Because I'm not fucking with Firekeeper's Daughter. I'm excited to reread Yoke. I think it is a very dark book. So on that level, I don't know, but I'm also excited to reread it because it was one of my favorites of the year. My most anticipated fall release. I have not been very good at keeping up with things. Technically, Jade Legacy comes out in the fall-ish. No, it's technically a winter release because it comes out November 30th. Fall-ish, but I also already read it. What else is coming out? Let me open up a Goodreads tab. What does Goodreads have? This is not at all helpful. Let's just look at this random October releases. What do they say is coming out in October that I want to read? None of these actually are things I had ever even heard of. Wouldn't read a single. R.A. Salvatore is still alive. R.A. Salvatore be all up in the fantasy section at every bookstore and library that I've ever been to. and I just assumed that person was dead. But love that they're not. So hate that I was wishing death upon them on accident, but my bad. But also, yeah, I've never heard of any of these. Never heard of any of these titles ever in my life. So hate that for me. I'm clearly not a good influencer. Let me see here. September. What's on the September list? I haven't heard of any of these titles either. Hate that for me again. Okay, now I've heard of some of these things. But I wouldn't say that I'm excited for any of these. Oh, The Bennett Women by Eden Apaya Kubi. I'm looking forward to reading that. I don't know when I'm going to actually read it, but I am looking forward to it. So Many Beginnings, a Little Women remix by Bethany C. Morrow. I'm excited to read. That's coming out in September. I'm not a Little Women fan, but I am a Bethany C. Morrow fan. I've never heard of this book, Idle Gossip by Alexandra Lee Young, but it looks like it's a K-pop book, and I have been eating up the K-pop books, so let me add this to my want to read. Wasn't on my radar before this very moment. I guess I do have to sign in now. Gosh darn it. Sign in. Come on, Goodreads. Okay, taking back to the list. What else is on this list? The rest of this list I haven't heard of. Empire the Vampire by J. Kristoff. I might read. Might read do a little vloggy vlog for that. I haven't decided. I just have it on hold at my library. So I wouldn't say that I'm excited, but it is something that I might read. And then I'll just do November just in case. Because books really don't usually come out in December. So I'm not going to bother looking at a December list. Oh, The Gilded by Marissa Myers coming out. I guess I should be promoting that. Guess I should promote that since Macmillan did send me a little thingy about it. I don't know what this is supposed to be a retelling of. Rumpelstiltskin. It's a Rumpelstiltskin retelling. And the cover is gorgeous. Love the cover. But we'll see if I actually read that too. Like, I'm excited in that I do have an arc. Macmillan did send me the arc of that, but I'm in no rush to read it, so who knows? But if you guys want to share your most anticipated reads of the fall, let me know, because I definitely clearly don't have a list. I don't know. I've been really bad about keeping track of when things come out and when things don't come out. And there hasn't been overall the only thing I cared about coming out in 2021 was Yoke. That came out. I already read it. That was Anna K Away. Again, was one I was looking forward to. Most of my anticipated 21 reads already came out, or it was like Ace of Spades that was coming out later in the year, but I read in 2020. So the most honest answer would be Jade Legacy. But again, read, reviewed, very much looking forward to being able to post that reading vlog and have a discussion with the people about it, because it's a lot. The third book in Ken Liu series, what is the Veiled Throne? I know Tammy popped in earlier, but I know that Tammy is hosting a readathon for that book. They'll be reading the first book next month, second book in August. The second book in October. I hate that. The second book in October, and then they're going to read The Veiled Throne when it comes out. I guess you could have said at the beginning of the year I was excited for the last book in The Expanse, but then I started rereading and continuing on in that series, and I quickly DNF'd the series, so no longer looking forward there. You're looking up new releases because you also have no idea. Yeah, I had no idea. And the rest of the year is looking pretty bleak. Looking pretty bleak, if I do say so myself. You're more into backlist recently. You're anticipating The Hollow Heart and The Sweetest Remedy. Okay, haven't heard of The Sweetest Remedy. The only thing you're anticipating right now is Jade Legacy. Other than that, you're trying to catch up. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. At this point, I'm really not even trying to read anything other than what I have said that I was going to read with the 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 Choices book club, which is the book club that I run here on the channel, where we read messy contemporaries penned by authors of color. Oftentimes, they are books that are, I would say, fairly popular. I don't think we've read a niche book just yet, but maybe that'll change in 2022. Maybe I'll try to find something that's a little more underrated. That was the other issue I was running into where I was like, don't know. I will say that everyone needs to have Ophelia After All on their radar because that book was excellent. Let me double check my Goodreads because maybe I have something on my want to read coming out next year. I don't ever keep track of things on Goodreads though, so this could be, if the third Legacy of Orisha book comes out next year, I will be very happy for that. What else is on here? Holly Black has a book coming out next year. I might want to read that one. I think Kat Cho's new book, Once Upon a K-Prom, is coming out in 2022. What else is on this list? On this shelf? These are all already out. I want to say Mary H.K. Choi has a book coming. No, I think her adult book is coming out in 2023 from Flatiron, and I'm very much looking forward to that. Apparently, Shine is getting a sequel that I added called Bright, the Jessica Jung book. Oh, that's coming out in October. I'm gonna have to look into that because I don't know if I believe that. I don't know if I believe this. I don't know if I believe that at all. Yeah. May 10th, 2022. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. So I enjoyed Shine, so I will read Bright. I thought that was a fun debut. Is there anything else? House of Sky and Breath. I will be reading House of Sky and Breath. I have not emailed Bloomsbury to get denied, but I will be emailing Bloomsbury, seeing if they'll hit me up with that art because I'm gonna read it. I'm not gonna lie to the people. I will be reading that one. The Chandler Legacies by Abdi Nazemian. We'll be reading that. That's like another one of those boarding school murder books that I'm probably not going to enjoy, but I might, so I'm going to read it. Rebecca Rowanhorse has a new series, Tread of Angels, I have on my want to read. I think that's going to be a 2022 release. This is saying, I don't trust you, Goodreads. This is saying 2021 by Saga Press. I don't believe that. I don't think that's happening in 2021, but I will be reading that. I think that's it because I only have but like 10 pages of want to reads. I think that Cassandra Clare will be ending her little series. This one I'm actually excited about. The Fraud Squad. Oh, that's a 2023 release. Kyla Zhao did tell me this because the announcement was like winter of whatever year. I was like, oh, I'm so excited. And she did tell me it was going to be 2023. But The Fraud Squad by Kyla Zhao, I'm very much looking forward to that. I like the conclusion, and I do think the series gets progressively better, which is probably the best thing you could do with a series. I also need this. I hate that I've had to wait so long, but I will be excited. Yes, it is officially titled Sky and Breath. All of the Crescent City is not called Crescent City. It's called House of Earth and Blood. And I thought it was going to be very obvious based. Well, if you know, I guess like the Throne of Glass series is like the only one that's different. But with the Court of Thorns and Roses, it became very clear that Miss Mass loves a naming convention. And so even before House of Sky and Breath was announced, I thought it was very clear that the whatever the sequel was going to be called, it was going to be one of the 5 houses that's listed at the front of the Crescent City. Everyone's going to call this book Crescent City 2. Like that's what all of the titles and thumbnails and shit are going to say, because everybody called the first one Crescent City, even though that's not the name of the book. That's the name of the series. So I will read Crescent City 2, House of Sky and Breath. It will be sitting on my Sarah J. Maas shelf, and it's probably gonna be the last book that fits on that Sarah J. Maas shelf. So when she ever decides to continue on with whatever her little A Court of Thorns and Roses spinoff books are, I don't know what I'm gonna do because I don't want to give her 2 shelves. So I'll have to cross that bridge when I get to it, but I will be continuing on in that series. There is supposed to be a 3rd book in the Locked Tomb series. I think there's also going to be like a 4th book that's supposed to come out next year. So I don't know what's going on there, but I'm happy for the people. The people love the Gideon universe, but I personally have not read it, and I don't know if it's actually for me. You want SK Ali's newest book ASAP. You love her works. I have Love from A to Z on my shelf, and I want to use it next year for choices, but I don't know because I know it was like hyped and everyone read it, but I haven't read it. So I kind of want to use it next year to read one of those books. I think that clearly, the best thing that Sarah J. Maas has ever done is Throne of Glass. From characters to story arc to actually having the time to give us like all of those things is Throne of Glass. Like the first book is very standard, whatever. The second book is a little bit better. It's not like leaps and bounds the way some people talk about it. Air Fire is horrible. Air Fire makes me want to like absolutely just get rid of the series. Like I hated Air Fire so much, and I think that everybody hates Air Fire, and I think that's like a real shame because it is because it's early. It's the 3rd book, and it's not even that it's bad. It's just so different than the first 2 that it's like what is going. And it's not even that it's like so different because all the things that are different, there were everything was laid out. Like the things that are changing were telegraphed, foreshadowed. The steps were there, but still, it's horrible book. Hate it so much. But Queen of Shadows is that girl. Empire of Storms did the thing. Tower of Dawn, people hate on my man Kale Westfall for whatever reason because they are tasteless individuals. But Kale Westfall did what he needed to do on that continent where all the Negroes live. Tower of Dawn is that girl. And then when she ended it all up in Kingdom of Ash, there's a character that I did not give 2 fucks about. 2 fucks about at all. 2 fucks about at all. And when this character was about to be in Kingdom of Ash, I was driving on the highway, listening to the audiobook, trying not to cry, trying to keep myself composed. Kingdom of Ash is that girl. Is that girl. Is that girl. This is the best. Until and now Queen what is that? A Court of Silver Flames? No, that is head and shoulders. Head and shoulders above. Head and shoulders above everything else in this mass is written. But Kingdom of Ash is that girl. So for me, it is Throne of Glass. And then it's hard for me because I think that Crescent City and ACOTAR are so different that it's like Are we back? Can y'all hear me? Um, Definitely do both of those things better. So they're kind of like whatever. But mm, okay, it is back. Because I did just ignore the message, but we're good. I'm gonna keep talking. House of Earth. Now I can't click things. I'm gonna have to. There we go. House of Earth and Blood is your first. It's the only. I mean, that's fine. Like, I don't think that any of them are like must reads. I think you are just fine never reading them, but I don't think that one's definitely not my favorite. It is. I mean, I hate that for you. I just hated, hated. What's her name? Fucking the witch. Didn't care about that witch ever. We were gonna start Airfire tomorrow. Now you're scared. Like, once you get through it, you get through it. It's just a rough. It's a rough patch. It's a rough patch. But everything after, it only gets better. Yeah, like they're not the best, and I do think that like Akatar also does this thing that it wants to be fantasy romance, but then like are we are we back? I hate it here. I hate it here. The universe is conspiring against me. Okay. It's split in Akatar, and so neither of them are done well. And I think they both suffer as a result. And then Throne of Glass focuses on the war, and it's much better because it's the central focus. It's the central focus, and she allows it to be the central focus. And so I love to see it. And yes, Crescent City is unnecessarily long. It is unnecessarily long. See, this is the popular sentiment, and I don't agree. I don't agree. I don't agree. Because I think that before A Court of Silver Flames came out, I definitely thought we were going, because there's a plot in Court of Frost and Starlight. It very clearly sets up an Illyrian rebellion. Very clearly sets it up for that to continue on in the next book. Is it a necessary installment? No, because spoiler alert, Sarah decided not to go anywhere with this Illyrian rebellion. But at the time of publication, that was in the thing. So at the time, I could have thought that it was necessary to read. I didn't hate it, and I don't agree this is horrible. I think that compared to like the Assassin's Blade is better, but the Assassin's Blade is also like 4 stories, and Court of Frost and Starlight is just 1. But I don't know. I didn't hate this as much as everyone else did. I had a good time reading that one. So, and this is just wrong. It's just not. It's literally not. The issue is that you like to me the issue is that you cannot have a Nesta book after the Akatar books. That just doesn't make sense for most of the readership. And then you definitely can't do that and have it be a one-off. It was weird. I think that was a weird decision. Don't understand the decision making process. But for me it worked. I think that it's definitely one of the better books. Nesta is that bitch. She'll forever be that bitch. And I love that for her. But we need to do another sprint. So I'm going to say 45. Somehow we keep getting back to the sprinting at 45. And because my microphone hates me, maybe if we shut up for a little bit and go back to the reading, the computer will I can figure what's going on over here. Definitely. You know, Monet, I wouldn't know anything about that. I'm not dragging her. I have a whole shelf. I don't think there's an author that I have spent more money on than Sarah J. Maas. Just because you like raggedy ass books that she wrote, it's not my fault. No one told you to write to like the raggedy ones. The good ones are right there. They're right there. They're like literally there. I will say that what I don't like about Sarah J. Maas, and I think that this is like I don't know, maybe it's like sheltered people have read Sarah J. Maas, but like they're definitely not porn. Like Sarah J. Maas has never written A Quarter Frost, not a Frost and Starlight. A Quarter Silver Flames, maybe. I'll give you that one. I'll give you that one. I will give you that one as low key porn. Like there's a lot of fucking in that one. I personally love to see it. Um, but I think that people definitely call her books smuttier than they really are. Like they are not that intense, y'all. Like it's a little weird. It's actually very weird to me the amount of smut people think are in those books because it's not present. Again, Silver Flames is the exception because Nesta is what? That bitch. And she'll what? Forever be that bitch. Exactly. Like I was really expecting something special to happen in these books and something special does not appear. It is not present. It is not manifested. Like is it more sex than other books? Yes. Is it the sexiest of sexy books ever? No. No. Again, Silver Flames is the exception. And even that one, it's not. I mean, I know I just said it's like there's a lot of sex in that one, but even there, it's like it could be more. You are starting The Cruel Prince. I hope that you enjoy that. I feel did I give that one the highest rating? I think I did. If I were to go back and like revisit, I definitely think The Cruel Prince is the best in that trilogy. And I think I would have stopped after The Cruel Prince. Definitely would have stopped after that one. I will say that technically I gave The Lost Sister 5 stars. 5 stars because I love Taryn. Love Taryn. You know what I would really love? I need Miss Holly Black to give Miss Sarah a call, and I need a little Taryn Nesta moment. That's what I want. That's what I'm saying. Like ACOTAR doesn't have a plot, and the whole series doesn't have a plot. There are others whose books are way longer work. Monet, I'm gonna need you to. I don't understand what you're trying to say here. From what you read, you write smut like male authors. I mean, the only smut that I've read from male authors has been male romance on Kindle Unlimited, so it's like not really the same wheelhouse. Um, and when people are having, well, Sarah's characters that have fucked are definitely heterosexual. So like their little heterosexual fucking doesn't do anything for me personally. I just enjoyed that Nesta was getting the dick that she wanted. So if that's how Sarah wrote it, that's how Sarah wrote it. I don't really critique the smut. Like I'm not going like too deep into that, but maybe she does. I would love a little short story. I think that Taryn and Nesta would have a lot to talk about. I think they'd have a lot to bond over. I'm gonna go tweet about it, but it is essentially 45. So I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna get some water. I'm gonna tweet about my Taryn Nesta crossover event in exactly. I'll see everybody back here in 25 minutes. Okay, readers, that was 25 minutes. I have made it to 22%. We have got to the part of the synopsis where our main character is working with the FBI. Love that for us, I guess. I don't know. Like, the book isn't bad. It's not a horribly. Oh, I meant to do this earlier. Can I get this? There we go. It's not like horribly written. It's fine. It's very average. I'm not mad at it, but I am a little bored. But now we are at 22% in. So I'm thinking we have a dead body. We are looking for a methamphetamine manufacturer, supplier, dealer man. And I am reading Firekeeper's Daughter by Angeline Booley. So that's what I'm reading. We've gotten to the part, like I said, we got the dead body. We're looking for a meth dealer, that kind of fun thing. So maybe it's going to get better from here. It can't get, let me not say it can't get worse, but I don't think it can. Like, it's just very, it just kind of exists. It just kind of exists. So I don't hate this for me because this was another Libro FM pick. So I didn't spend any money on it. It's just like going to the library for me. I'm not as, like, when we didn't like, we read, what was that book? Of Curses and Kisses by Sandhya Menon. That was painful because I did buy that. I think I'm pretty sure that was a purchase that I made. I don't think that was from my wish list. Maybe whatever it was, that hurt because I owned it and it was horrible. It was horrible. And then not only was the book horrible, the second book in that one, it's like a Frog Prince retelling, and the covers don't match. So that would have been painful no matter what. It's like that series just continues to attack me. You finished the Blaze Wrath games. Blaze Warth. The Blaze games, and you gave it 3.5 stars. Okay. I feel like I was hearing a lot about that book when it was first coming out and not so much recently. So I think we're going to schedule the next sprint before I start talking, because last time we started at 45. I definitely talked for like an hour. So we'll do the next sprint at 25. And we will, because that'll be perfect. Because we'll sprint from 25 to 50, and I can end this at 11. So I think I'm going to end this at 11, not because I'm like, because I'm just not into this book. I'm definitely not enjoying this enough to stay up all night reading it. So we're going to go to 11. I think we'll have done like 5 or 6 sprints, maybe. I don't know. We'll have been live for like double the amount of time that I'm usually live. So that'll be a thing. I definitely do prefer hardbacks. I am that a reader. But a nice paperback is still fine. You know what I will say? I used to prefer hardbacks. But hardbacks are doing this thing now where they're like more and more YA books are doing like this glossy dust jacket. I don't like glossy dust jackets. I definitely prefer a matte dust jacket and a glossy paperback. I just think that those things make sense on those mediums, and this like weird glossy finish just doesn't work. It like when the library book does it, because it's like in the protective coating, like that's beautiful. I like that. Like that's fine. But like this random just like glossy paper that you're printing a dust jacket on, why? A spot gloss, now that's fine. So like it'll do things on the light, like that's fine. But the whole thing being shiny reflective, maybe it's because I'm on camera a lot, and so like it'll pick up in the ring light. I don't know, but I do prefer a matte cover on a hardback. On a scale of not giving what it's supposed to give to Beautiful Gowns, what is the rating? I mean, it's closer to not giving what it's supposed to give. It's definitely closer to there than Beautiful Gowns, but it's teetering. It's teetering. You're reading it is a debut. I'm reading Black Buck and someone else. That was bad. I'm over debut books. I need the author to have more experience, I guess. I mean, I don't mind a debut. I like debuts haven't always burned me. Now there are definitely debuts that are not they're not the best, but sometimes I usually I think have more luck with debuts than I do with like established authors. I mean, it's not my usual scale, but it's not entirely off either. You get scared to take your hardback books out and prefer paperbacks because I won't treat it like a baby. I mean, I personally don't read. There is one book on my shelf that I read with the dust jacket on, and you can tell which book that is. And I kind of want to replace it because I don't like how I bought it for the dust jacket, and now the dust jacket is like high key falling apart. But that doesn't have a dust jacket. But when I read the hardback, I just take the jacket off and read the book. And then when I'm done reading the book, I put the jacket back on. And so it's essential. Like I don't know. I feel like I'm definitely more likely to, and maybe it's because I read it that way, that if like stuff happens to this, or I mean this has never actually technically been read because I read the arc, but this edition of the book is just gonna sit on my shelf for the rest of its life. And so if something happened to like this or to the back or whatever, I would never see it because the dust jacket is going to be on there, and that's what you're gonna see. So the covers could definitely be messed up. But with the paperback, I feel like most of my paperbacks are fine. Like, my docile little arc or whatever. Like there's some like denting right here. But still, I feel like these covers are far more likely to show that I read it. The back cover is much more likely to show that I read it. The spine, like it won't crack, but like there'll be creasing like along where it attaches to the front and the back. Like it's so much easier for these to look like messy than it is for a hardcover, I think. And I'm gonna have to put that back on before I go to bed. Exactly. I mean, that's why I think that library books are low key like the perfect middle ground, because I don't have to worry about, because then the dust jacket doesn't bother me because it's in a protective coat thing. But my personal hardbacks, the dust jacket comes off. Unless I'm like laying on my bed, then the dust jacket might stay on. But if I'm going out to read and it's coming with me out of the house, the dust jacket is coming off. No, I also don't find that I like most paperbacks that I buy don't need the spine to be broken. I don't buy mass markets. I have like one mass market on my shelf because it was like $1, and so I said, sure, I'll get it. But one, I purposefully don't buy mass markets anymore, and so all of the trade paperbacks are like, there's no need to break. It stays open. They're fine and floppy. So I personally don't understand the need to break the spine. Have I broken spines in the past? I'm sure that I have. Maybe. So not intentionally. If it happened to a book, it's not the end of the world. 1 second. Is it? No, it's not. I thought I had a book that had a broken spine, but it's not broken. So the answer to this is no, I don't. But if it did happen, I would live Like, yes, in theory, there's like a lot of money on the shelf, but at the same time, if I have to read it, I have to read it. So if it was necessary for me to. In high school, you was yeah, I definitely feel like I did that at some point. And I'm not opposed to the idea now. Just like when I was a kid, I would dog ear pages, and now I don't. But that's just because I have like random bits of paper that I can use as a bookmark. So I can avoid that. So I love that for me. But I'm not against it. Like if other people want to dog ear their pages, I don't care. And if other people want to use the dust jacket flap as a bookmark, like far be it for me to stop you. It's your book. You paid for it. You can do whatever you want with it. You can rip out pages and rip out, like, just to rip them out because you're bored one day. So I think that there are a lot of people who have like a lot of feelings and opinions about what other people do with things that they have purchased. And I don't really understand that part. Like, it's kind of like the breaking the spine thing. Like, I personally don't because I don't have a need to, but I know that there are readers who only buy mass markets. And so, if you're reading a mass market, sometimes it's necessary. I understand that I think like the UK, like notorious for having like really stiff paperbacks. If the paperback is really stiff, then you have to like read the margin somehow. So like whatever you have to do to read the book that you purchased is okay. And if you don't want to buy bookmarks because bookmarks are just like glorified pieces of paper, then you want to use the dust jacket that you already have, like that makes sense. You spent like 30, well, depending on the book, it could be upwards of 30, but minimum of like, unless it's like used, like we're talking like new books here. Um like $18, $16. I don't. Well, I have one. I guess we can call it my favorite because it's like the only proper bookmark that I have. But I have this one from Wednesday Books that came in one of the books, like one of the arcs they sent me. It might have been when they sent me they sent me The Mall by Megan McCaffrey and Rancho Pecos, that new one that they have. It's like the Arizona and like Phoenixes or something. They came with bookmarks, and so like it's just a very basic bookmark that has their social media on it. But I use it the most frequently because it's the only proper bookmark that I own. I did buy a couple of like magnetic bookmarks, but I think that they're low key garbage because it's just like it's a piece of paper with a magnet on it. And I said this is the worst amount of money I've ever spent on a book, like on a bookish thing. I typically buy them in store if I can because I like immediate gratification. And so if I want a book, I want to go home with the book. Sometimes I do buy online, but not very often. I think I've bought two things online this year. I got my copy of Shadow and Bone on eBay and my copy of King of Scars on Amazon because the hardback of King of Scars is really hard to find in stores at the moment for whatever reason. Like I was able to get Siege and Storm and Ruin and Rising hardback in the store, but King of Scars wasn't able to. But I do prefer in store over online. Um, but whatever is cheapest, because I know people will be on a budget, and online is vastly cheaper. Even if it's like a barnesandnoble.com compared to in the store Barnes and Noble, barnesandnoble.com will be cheaper because barnesandnoble.com will price match to Amazon because it is a separate retailer according to Barnes and Noble. Fun facts. You like your mass market paperbacks, but you like paperbacks and hardbacks too. You prefer paperback/S market, less heavier in your bag, and they're cheaper. To me, I don't like. If I'm going out with a book, I'm not going out with just a book. So my bag can be a little bit heavier because I know my laptop is going to be in there, and probably my iPad. So they are a horrible waste of money, but You live and you learn, but it is 25. So I said we were going to sprint to 25. This is the last one. Let's go be productive. One more time.
Okay, readers, that was our last sprint. How did everybody do? I am ending the night at 27% into Firekeeper's Daughter. I think I started somewhere around 6 or 7, so I've definitely made a lot of progress. I don't fully I think this is gonna end up being just a like 4-star read for me. I don't think this is going to be a new favorite by any stretch of the imagination, which is a little bit sad because I definitely thought that it could be. But now I'm a little over 100 pages in, like if I were to be reading it physically, and I just something about the pacing is just a tad bit off. It's not quite where I want it to be. It's not the worst paced book that I've ever read, but it's not shining the way that I thought it was going to. So I hate that for me personally. But you have made it so you only have 19 minutes left in your audiobook. So love that for you. I think that I don't know if you're going to keep reading after this, but I definitely think I would if I only had 19 minutes left. Sadly, I have 5 hours and 11 minutes left, assuming that I continue to listen to this at 2 times speed, which I probably will because I don't think I could speed this up anymore. You have 20 pages left and you're going to go ahead and knock those out. I would too. I would also love to do that. Is able to join the last sprint. You're almost finished with Felix Ever After, and you're loving every minute of it. I'm happy for you. I read that. Was that last year? Was that really a year ago? Time flies when you're having fun. But I read that last year for Heather's book club over at Aphrodite Reads, The Cover Horrors. I was not a fan. That book actually, I had serious issues with that book. So, and then the fact that I didn't like Case and Calendar's other book, um what did I read? The An Absolutely Epic Love Story or some bullshit. Didn't like that. I don't think I'm ever going to pick up one of their books again, but I'm happy you're having a good time. I know it was very popular when it came out. You're really liking the book and you're going to keep reading after the live. You'll have finished 2 books. I love that for you. I haven't finished a book in a week, a little bit over a week. What does my spreadsheet say? Um, Come on. Tabs, let's work here. Yeah, the last time I finished a book was on the 14th. So I guess it's not quite a week, like 4 days. 4 days is not a week. So hate that I said that. You're on page 115 of The Cruel Prince and you're loving it. I love that for you. Like I said earlier, The Cruel Prince was definitely the high point in that trilogy for me. I thought that it definitely quickly unraveled, which is odd because I did say that I'm looking forward to Holly Black's adult book. But I think that what she did in The Cruel Prince, she would not get away with. She would not get away with that in the adult market with the prices that adults pay for their hardcovers. So I have my fingers crossed that her adult book will be better. Maybe it's delusion. Wouldn't be surprised if it was, but I'm gonna keep them crossed. I'm gonna keep them crossed. I'm also gonna keep it crossed. It's gonna have Taryn energy and not Jude energy because Jude was an idiot. I don't think Jude had a good idea a day in her life. If she did have a good idea, I must have missed it that day. It must have been my day off because I didn't see her have a good idea, not a once, which is sad because she was definitely presented with plenty of opportunities to pitch a good idea. And every time Jude was like, actually, I'm an idiot. And actually, I would like to make the stupidest possible decision that I can make in this moment in time, if that's all right with you. And it wasn't all right with me personally, but apparently it was all right with Miss Holly Black because Holly let it happen. You hate to see it. I also think that I just read at like one of the worst possible times that you could pick up the Folk of the Air, because it was like 3 seconds before The Wicked King came out, so the hype was real. The girlies were impressed. They were they were eager to read it. I don't really go into books. Most books I don't really care to remember the summary of. I will see a book and be like, "Oh, that's a pretty cover," and then I'll read the summary and I'll know that I wanted to read it, and then I will promptly forget. So most tropes that happen surprise me. I can tell you that I don't really fuck with magical racism. I don't fuck with it in your magical world if people are oppressed because they're a fucking fairy, because they're a vampire, because they're a shifter, because like whatever, if that's why they're oppressed and we just act like race doesn't exist because like speciesism and like your race are completely different. They're different. So that I don't really like, but I will read it because it's in every fantasy. Every fantasy that has other magical creatures on some level deals with this like magical racism, this like X-Men racism, this like supernatural metaphor for the other. And for me in 2020, well, 2021, my bad. In 2021, I think it's very lazy writing to continue to use a metaphor when black people exist. And also the metaphor is flawed. It's inherently flawed because people of color do not have magical abilities that could just kill you. So to me, while it is wrong to be like, "Oh, you're a vampire, no rights for you," if the vampire can move faster, is stronger, lives forever, clearly they pose a threat that some random black person walking down the street doesn't face. And to me, it's insulting that the two are equivocated. So I don't like magical racism. I think that it's inherently flawed and like stupid, especially in today's age when people are having like people of color as vampires. So it's like there would be some intersectionality there that most authors are not addressing. And I think that when authors do address it, like Bethany C. Morrow did in A Song Below Water, people just are like not fucking with the book because it's like sad and depressing and like not fantasy when it very clearly is fantastical. But I think the same thing happened to Adam Silvera, but Infinity what was that book called? Infinity Sun? I think that's the first one. Infinity Sun just wasn't as strong a book as A Song Below Water is, in my opinion. So like I'm okay with people not liking Infinity Sun. But the same thing happened there, where it's like it's just as contemporary fantasy as every other contemporary fantasy coming out, but somehow his book is horrible. Didn't understand that either. I have not read The Wolf or For the Wolf. Since getting back into it, I can never understand how people with magic are oppressed by humans who have no power but their words. That's also very like to me it makes sense when it's like clearly there are more humans than there are people with magic. So like clearly it was easy for you to like I don't mind them being inherently like looked down upon in the society that they find themselves in. But I do think that it's lazy if that's the only oppression that an author chooses to include in their works. And like in 2021, I think it's very lazy that the only oppression is this magical racism. And then somehow we're never going to actually address. I think that like, it really came to a head when I was reading the Dark Artifices by Miss Cassandra Clare. I hate that series so much, but that series one doesn't make sense because it's literally the Mortal Instruments fan fiction. That's all that series is. But at the heart of it is this stupid thing where it's like the Shadow Hunters and the Downworlders, and like the more that she writes in that series, the less and less that whole like dichotomy makes sense. And so like, I just hate it. I just hate it. I hate it. There's nothing good about what she's doing over there. And then she continues to include these characters of color who are like always siding with the oppressed. This is weird. It's just weird. It's weird. It's weird. It's weird. It doesn't make sense. It's not ever done well. I just hate it. And like you're saying, they are outnumbered, but like again, or like it's weird that somehow like they don't have enough magic to like fight back or whatever. It is on some level, but I also understand. Like I don't know. There's nothing good about it. There's nothing good about it. I've yet to see it done well outside of, like I said, Bethany Tomorrow. I do think that Amanda Joy in the River of Royal Blood series touches on a little bit, but everyone in the series is black. So in that in that world, it's not even like black people are like oppressing whatever. It's like racism as it would function here just doesn't exist. I am a Cancer. I'm a Cancer, the best sign in the zodiac. So love that for me. But Amanda Joy's book touches on racism and like oppression in an interesting way, and so does Bethany C. Morrow's. But Amanda Joy is actually like writing fantasy, like it's whole world. Bethany C. Morrow's book was urban contemporary fantasy, and I feel like that's where the magical mystical racism doesn't make the most sense. Like in a like high fantasy, you've created your own little world and continent and shit. I will kind of allow it, not really, but I'll kind of allow it. But in a contemporary urban fantasy, for you to have like actual Black people walking around, actual Asian people walking around, actual Latinx characters who somehow identify with whiteness doesn't make sense. Like, not to say like white, you can't be white and Latinx, but like Black people identifying with whiteness is weird. It's weird. Like, I'm like, what do you mean you're not oppressed because you're Black? You're oppressed because you're a vampire, not because it's weird. It's weird. I think we could, in a better writer hands, we could address those things. But it's very clear to me that Cassandra Clare doesn't care about those things. She just doesn't. She just does. Like I don't know. So maybe Cassandra's like not the author I should be worrying about. But on that note, thanks for being here with me. It's been 4 hours now, which is a little bit long, and I'm getting a little bit tired. And I said I was going to end this at 1:00, and we are just a tad bit past that mark. But if there's nothing else, I'm going to give it a couple of minutes here to make sure there's no last minute questions. I am going to wrap this up because I would like to sleep. I would like y'all to get some rest. I think that is. Ooh, I clicked like a normal person. I think this is, like I said, I fully support this decision. I think A Song Below Water is really good. I do think that the sequel is better, mainly because I like Naima. Naima is like more of a character that would align myself with. So it's not like it wasn't a surprise to me that I like the second book better. Thanks for coming. Thanks for being here. I'm gonna try and return to my normal Friday sprints. They probably won't be 4 hours long or longer, but never say never. Maybe like once a month I'll try to do. We'll work our way up to a full-blown sleepover where I'm here for several hours. I just think this was not the best week of me getting sleep. So September, we are going to go a little bit longer maybe, but I'm going to try and do weekly Friday live reading sprints. Thanks for coming out. Thanks for being here. I'll see you guys again soon in another video. But until then, and until next time, bye.